So stocks 5150. So today we had the core PMI, the PMI PCE numbers or whatever, and they were not good. And I was in a position, as you can see, uh, I was trading over the weekend when the volume was light. It's a holiday, and I got myself caught up in a era. If we go here, let's go from yesterday. So past 2 days. Wait, I need to do 7 days. All right, so 7 days, you can see it. I started September 1st. I was trading August 1st. I was doing okay, just little base hits, 24. Then I got 32, 33 or whatever. But I got in these orders. I was like, I went short. And then I went long on this contract, 64, 83. And that's where we're at right now. I haven't done anything. And then I went back in earlier, just now. Bought it again to level it out, which was probably not a good idea. Point is, let's look at this year to date. Remember, for September, I was down $1,000. Now I'm at 942 as of today. Because of what's happening right now, I'm down 496. Still green at 316, but I was down up now down 500. Market is crashing. And honestly, part of me is like, well, hold on, just wait because DJT is coming out with a speech, and I don't know if that's going to help or not, but the market is not liking that data. But that being said, maybe that'll cause the Fed to cut rates quicker. Like he'll probably call for an emergency rate cut. I don't know, but maybe with the volatility, like at 2 o'clock, this will help because we were just crashing out. Oh look, and I changed my red to yellow. Just something to do. Got it trimmed in yellow and red though. But anyway, so we're making a move back up though. Now after the data came out at 10 o'clock. And so we're heading back up in the right direction. I got this on the 15 minute. Let's see what we look like. We get down to the 5. We're a long ways from home though. This is where my order is. I got 2 contracts I'm in. Yeah, long ways from home. We literally might sit down here for a day or two. If you look at the trader, we're starting to build some positions at 6407, 6406. Look at that, man. They selling it. The Bears are in control for sure, and they're loving it. And I was bearish, but of course, I'm on the other side. I would have been caking that right there is 65.47. I was I was bearish on that December contract. So like you said, you can see here it's got our drawdown right here down 511. I don't put stops on, and I'm not saying that's smart, but just want to see what's gonna happen. So right now, today we're sitting at minus 501, and I'll just let it play out. I got 300 to spare, which is stupid to say, but that's just what I said. All right, starting to head back up. So anyway, the PMI numbers. Let me go get my phone. Hold on. So the numbers that came out were at 10 o'clock were the ISM manufacturing PMI. Forecast was 49, actual was 48.7. ISM manufacturing prices, that's the orange folder. The red folder was less than 48.7. So it was less than what they thought, but more than it was before. So it did go up. Um, ISM manufacturing prices previous was 64.8, forecast 65.1, and well, actual was 63.7. But that's red. That's not good. Construction spending, that previous was point negative zero negative point four. Forecast was negative point one, and actual was negative. That hit. All right, RCM TIP economic optimism. Now you know this ain't gonna be good. Previous was 50.9, forecast 51.8, and of course it's 48.7. So what's happening next? Next we got at 1400 today. DJT is the orange folder, and he'll be talking. Then tomorrow got more. We got the JOLTS job openings. If they adjusted what they expect, then we might be okay. Previous was 7.44 million, and the forecast is 7.3, so less than. And yeah, of course, it's going to be less. Factory orders, work total vehicles, and then Kashkari will be talking at 1:30. They got the Beige Book report that'll be coming out too at 2 o'clock. Um, then Thursday on the 4th, we got the ADP non-farm payroll and unemployment claims. Uh, we know jobs are down. Previous was 104, forecast 78, 30,000. I mean, we also know that the Federal Reserve is going to cut rates in September, and that meeting is on the 17th. But boy, this thing crashed out. How many points? 75 points? That's a lot. That's crazy. So, and look at that. That volume is building up down to 63, 63.98. That's crazy that we're down this low. I mean, I don't think anybody expected that. Now, had I been bearish today and sold, I'd be feeling patting myself on the back, wouldn't I? But this is how it is. Sometimes you win, sometimes well, I haven't lost yet, but sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. You don't know what the market's going to do, to be honest, because I was just chugging along and I was up here looking at my little Fibonacci drawn out. I was like, okay, it's gonna go here 50%, bounce up 50%. See what it did do, it did go down and then it went up to 50 and then it pulled back again and I did okay in those two moves. But then see they made lower highs, lower highs. What I was on the wrong side of is I was looking at um yeah, and that caught me. Boom. And I think I took my eye off the ball. I know where I was at. And then, yeah, boom, look at it. I came back like around midnight. Yeah, market had crashed out. Not to say that I would have gotten out because I wouldn't have. Because I would have been thinking, like, okay, it's going to do that. And then we'll get this little action here. And then we'll run up. That's what it's doing. But look, no, that's just straight down. That's a cascade right there. That is a cascade. Boom. And it still might not be finished falling. Let's look at something. Let's go to the chart. Let's look at 3 months, 3 months. Let's do a weekly. See where do we have to go? All right, so this is where we are now. We're on this one. I mean, look, we could go as low as 62.27. We can go all the way to the beginning. But let's get a little bit more granular. Let's look. Let's go to the weekly. Weekly. All right. And what's crazy is this right here has been bullish the entire time. Got one red week, two. This will be the second red week. Well, one, two. That's it. Oh, there it is. So overall, we're still good. I mean, in the overall scheme of things, we're still at a high, and we could be down here. I don't think we'll get that far. If anything, we'll come down right about there, which is 62.87. Pull this out. This is where we fell off the cliff. This is when DJT started talking about those tariffs. And so let's see, we were at 62.80. So we got 100 points. We could drop for a base, but then we start coming up here. That's where we had a pullback, a slight one, and that was at 62.51. See, so there we stayed for a little while. So we could pull back. It's not terribly terrible. Remember, I did say that we were gonna pull back. I just didn't know we were gonna do it all in one day because I did chart this out, and I said we'd probably go up, come down. Then I figured like by October we'd start running up. We're already getting at it, which may be because that's what this that red line is. So that was for me to be short. Mhm. Anyway, back to the real world. Let's see. Let's bring this back down. Let's go to the 1 minute. Is it any money to be made? Oh, look at that. A reverse head and shoulders. It's not a reverse. That's the head and shoulders. Boom. That. Boom. Down. That happened. That's on the 2 minute. So you see, you could have made some money there because this is from, if you got in here, you would have got in here, you enter there. That was at 9:50. So that was when the market opened right before the PC. Boom. And you could have went up to, so what is that range? That's from 63.93 and you could have took that up to 64.24. So that's 30 points. 30 points, that'd have been 150 versus what I got going on right now. You see, because right now I'm still just taking L's. So we did go up and touch the 200. So that happened today. Okay. Mission accomplished. But we're not passing the 200 apparently. And this one right here, this move down is serious. It's taking the entire move down, not just 50%. It went right back down to the bottom. So we're curling again. So maybe we'll go back up again and we'll test this 200. This is on the 2 minute. Let's see what this looks like on the 1 hour. Well, we haven't been open. Let's do the 15. Nowhere close to the 200. 200 is way up here. And at 950, that's this little bit right here. But not enough. Meaning the 200 is starting to turn down. Bollinger Band is stretched out, extended. Shh. And we're dropping again. What is this happening? What's this? Yeah. So maybe we do a head and shoulders, double top, go up, come down, touch that again, then go up, and then we take off. I mean, but we're running out of time already. And for me, yeah, I'm just gonna be stuck in this. What is this at 5:43? Um, what are we gonna do? We will close out maybe. No, we won't. We have time. We'll put some more money in there to cover that if we need to. Because we're gonna ride this out. We're gonna Tory trade this one. We're not gonna close out. We're gonna stay in it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. I'll go work some overtime. But we're pulling back up. Yeah, makes sense. We make some resistance right here, then come back. Let's do this move. All right, so here we are. 50%. A 50% move still won't save me, but it'll be at 64.50. It'll still be in the hole if we manage to get up to 38.2 and break through that. So we got some resistance up ahead. And that's just going from the top, this move here. That was that's yesterday, starting from yesterday. Now, if I went from, I mean, we've been going down all night, so I do not know why I wasn't being bearish. Well, I do know, like I said, I was trying to capitalize off the pullbacks. I figured, like, okay, and that worked, that one, but then it was all downhill after that. So really, I probably could put this here. No, because that took that 50 that was there. So put it there, then do this to there. What we got now? Now we are at the 38.2 because this move right here, we went down and we came up over 50 on that. So this is a new move down. So if we say this is the new move down, dun dun dun, boom. So right now we are bearish for sure between 38.2 and 0. But if we can make it up to, we need to make it up back up here to 78.6. But if we can make it up to 50, it won't be so bad at the close. But we're definitely not heading that way. So we'll see how it goes. I bet you they're making money on what you call it. Let me switch over to this other contract app. Do I have enough in here to play anything? Use it for. I might could do something. Let's see, active two. Let's see what December. Z5. Okay. Let's see. Z5. Not much volume you can see here, right? And same chart structure. Got it on the 15. See, I had this originally. That was what I was playing. So we're below that now. So like I said, we're gonna adjust that also to here, to this move that we're currently caught up in. If we go with that move, now we'll go this one. Oh, there, that makes it 38.2. We touched. Take it up here. We'll play that. That's the entire move down. All right, so we're at 38.23, whatever that is. Slide stuff over a little closer. Let's see, trend line coefficient. Left top. Put it to the right. Ah. Yeah, put it to the left. Okay, and it's above the line. That's fine. What else we got here? We don't need all these above one. And that's green, green, purple. Oh, I need to change this to 38.2. Needs to be red. Yeah. That's green. And it's 28.6. I got rid of that 23. Oh, here. Get rid of that. I don't need that. Nah, I'm gonna change the 30 38.2 on the bear on the downside. I'll change that to yellow. And I'll change the zero. Oh wait, what did I change? I changed the wrong one. This one. Change this to yellow. And then I'll change the zero. Change the zero to red. All right. I don't need the background. Okay. So that's where we at. So I readjusted my fibs also so it wasn't so busy. I don't need all this. We already know that we're in the danger zone down here. So until we can get up to 38.2, we got to fight for that. And on the 15 minute, we're not really fighting that hard. Let's go to the 1 minute. Yeah, man. This is rough. Really rough. Like, this is one of those days where it's like, I'm not even going to look at this no more. But here I am. Plus, I was asleep last. I was asleep night shift, but whatever. So look, we want to get back up here. So what are we gonna do? We're in the middle of this range. Um, do we play anything? Because do we play a little short one and try to get some playing back to the upside? If we play back to the upside, this is a different contract, mind you. Or do we continue down? Like it looks like we hit the bottom. So it's 11 o'clock. That looks like that was the bottom right there. 64.39. We went up a little bit to 64.70, 73. Now we're back down. So maybe we come back. Maybe we build up, consolidate a little bit, and we take off again. 64.90. What is that? 63.95. 63. Let's see. 64.50. 64.50. 63.95. So maybe we stay. We get an order in for what is that? 64.50. Yeah, look at that. Going back down, 63.94, 64.50. All right, so what do we have here? We had 64.50 was the low, 64.50. So we're at 64.50 now. So we should look for this to turn. 64.50 over here. If we buy, we could buy here and we could sell, or we could wait, see if it gets down to 64.40 and then we sell. Because we're in the middle, so we'll just see if we can play this range. We'll sit tight. Maybe we get a couple dollars off of this, right? Let's go down to the ticks. What do we say? We said 64, 64. This range, right? Let's do this. Let's do uh, between here and uh, and there. We're gonna play between that range right there. So right now we could play this to the downside, but that'll only give us like well, that's 39 points. 64 this 64.48. That's 10 points. I could do 10 points to the downside. Let's look and see where we at. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's gonna turn. I think it's gonna reverse. I think it'll reverse and come back up. The volume is super light. It's lunchtime. I'll go back to the upside. So we need to go long now. 63.94. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I got that up. All right. 64, what is that? 64.50. Hmm. 64.50 we could buy. All right, let's go for it and just ride it up for a couple. All right, let's go. All right, so we're in an order right now. Started off 0, 64.50. We're just gonna go for, remember we're trying to play between this range here. So 64.70, 20 points. 64.70. We'll do 64.60. We'll do 10 points right here. Put that order in. All right, let's see what happens. Just trying to get 10 points. Honestly, we should try to just get 5 points. We need to baby step, baby walk this, slow walk this. With the way this day is going to do 64. What is the order? 64.50. So 64.55. Cancel that. Do see we're going baby steps. So we'll do 64.55. Well, it's coming up already. Let's let it go. Let's see what happens. We could get at least to 64. What is that? 64.57. All right, so we'll do 64.56. Yeah, so that's 64. We'll get that little bit there. And then if we get past that, we'll go back in there. That's 64.50. What is that? 64.57. We'll go back in and then we'll go up to 64.67. That'll be the next move. Yeah, that looks good. 64.67. All right. Oh boy, we're down 600 now. Honestly, part of me is like, just save yourself now, man. Look at that. I'm eating up my profit. I'm eating it up. I'm hoping. I can't imagine what DJT is gonna say that's gonna help. To be honest, much I hate to say that, but I just don't see what he's gonna say that's gonna be helpful. He's pissed off with India right now. Uh, we might even get in World War III today. Never know. He wanted to send them little chaps, them Guatemalan babies back to Guatemala. He is not playing. All right. Looks like we peaked out, retreated, come down and build up and compress, extend. The thing though is because that speech is coming up, I don't see anybody. I don't see. Look at that. That volume is super light. Hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have even made a trade. What's the dollar doing? Just stay focused. It don't matter. Look at the VIX. The VIX is 19, bro. Yeah, there is no upside today. There will be no upside today. So with that being said, I think yeah, the Bears are in control. I'm kind of screwed over there. Might be being ready to be screwed over here. But remember, we're trading in this range, so we're hoping there to there. All right, move that. Let's see what happens now. Today really is turning out to be one of those days where no matter what trade you go in, you the wrong way. My bias, I've been bullish and now I need to switch gears. It's September, I need to switch gears. Just saying, I'm already down. Oh, it's gonna come back up. And normally I am bearish, but I switch gears. I gotta switch back. I gotta go for a walk or something. This market is going down, bro. Like that was another not good decision. I went here. Actually, I didn't. I went here because they had went up to there, went there. Well, you heard it, and I went in, did the order. Gonna play back up 5 points. That was all I was asking. What happened? Absolutely nothing. Tanked. So now we're down. What is that? That's from 50 to 31. That's 20 points. 20 points in the wrong direction. So that's $150 or so. Let's see what is that. Nope, $85. That right there, eating up my capital. We ain't crying about it. We just saying ain't nothing we gonna do about it different. Today is the day we give it all back, maybe. Who knows? This is December one, yeah. So this is oh, we did do a head and shoulders. Look at that. We went down. Boom, 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 boom. We're wicking out here already. But it was a little late. I needed it up here. Man, got a long ways to go now to climb back up through there. So we broke down past, I did my little price levels, remember earlier? We broke past those, so change that out now. So now it looks like the range that we're in is not even beneficial for my position because now it looks like this is the range. And that's negative for me. Oh well. Everybody, look at his volume is like, I think everyone is waiting for DJT to give his speech and talk or whatever. He's gonna talk today. Yeah, not a lot of activity. Nvidia's going down. It's at 167, man. This market's screwed, yo. Today is the day. What is this? This is 1%, 2%. So I think today's the day they shave 2% off. Wouldn't that be crazy if they do it all in one day? Just take the market down 5%. I would be utterly devastated. That would blow up my account. I'm gonna get out of these though today before I'll just take this loss at the end of the day. But I'm gonna see the day through though, for sure. Far as this one goes, I'm at 64.50. Like I said, I put an order in for 64.70. Try and get something out of this. That's way up here. 64.70 right here. Let's stop auto. I even do the 10 points. They keep it Gucci. Nah, we're gonna go for 64.70. Try and get something off of it. Yeah, 'cause that's 51 points. So we do that. Right. All right, we're moving back up. It's the beautiful thing about futures. You are down, and then next thing you know, you're up. So we broke above this our range. We broke out of that first range. Next target is up here. We can build on that, continue up, hit that 64.70. This will be good. Really would like it if DJT come out and say something really super positive and then just like the market takes off or it likes what he says, but they already know he tacos and stuff and he ain't got no pull like he says he does. It's all coming down around him. But fuck it, whatever. This one though, that's nasty right there. 63. Mm, 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 mm. That's 200 points away. 180 points away. Our trade price was 64.53. It's crazy. I'm gonna go for a walk. All right, peace. Oh, so it's 2 o'clock. I'm gonna go live. I'm here with the DJT. Should be speaking at 2 o'clock, they say. So far, I don't see nothing. I don't know if this is old or not.
Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful. Uh, the
She
country
said
just
save
feels different.
college
It
football.
just feels different. There's such a optimism and a love. There's a faith movement going through, especially with our younger Americans. And for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel it. And I experienced it firsthand last week, moving him and my other older son in as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture Labor Day. And I've been talking about this for almost 20 years and writing about it. That why are we ceding the day that we are celebrating the American worker to the Democrats? Because this is our day. Perhaps of any day of the entire year, this is our day. America was founded and fought for by fishermen and farmers and workmen and et cetera. The Genesis, the first book of the Bible, talks about the righteousness of work and the art of creation. And so to be part of this effort to represent the farmers, the ranchers, the agriculture industry at this moment in time, which I do believe we're in a revolution.
What the hell is she
1776 was the
talking about?
first one, 1863 or so with Abraham Lincoln was the second. This is the third with Donald Trump leading the way. And we are saving America. And the idea that we are putting the worker, the very central component of the American dream, at the center of it is the reason that it is so. So at USDA, it continues to be my greatest honor to fight for the original American worker, whom I think the farmer is and what they represent. And as we are building new systems and new structures, as we have this year going to have the best harvest on record for our row croppers and others, what this team has done and is doing to open up those markets to ensure that these farmers can continue to return prosperity to rural America. I'll finish with this. This morning, we had a working group with 6 of our cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy representing healthcare, Linda McMahon education, Lee Zeldin deregulation, Kelly Loeffler small business, Lori Chavez Trimmer labor, and Scotty Turner housing. And how you leading the way in your vision, how that will return the golden age to rural America, to the very fabric of our country. And whether it's better hospitals, better education, more opportunity, less government, better and bigger small businesses, better opportunities for our workers, and better housing, and of course the agriculture piece of that, through the big, beautiful bill, the bill, what it did, the greatest investment in rural America in history. And now the opportunity to effectuate that is again a
These
game
cabinet
changer,
meetings are
a
wild,
country
yo.
saver, and what a joy to be able to do it under your leadership. So thank you, sir.
Really good. Thank you. Beautifully stated. Thank you very much. Scott?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm
They
so
just go
grateful to
around
be
the room.
here
Thank you, Mr. President.
to
Thank you, thank you,
celebrate
thank
Labor
you.
Day with the
Good
greatest
grief.
team in and it is
I
football
just need
season.
my stocks to go back up.
So I'm happy about that. But Mr. President, I want to say thank you for, as Brooke said, reclaiming Labor Day. And you've been a tremendous champion for the American worker. I come from a hardworking family, as many people around this table do. And so thank you for helping us to change the conversation. And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table. And as everybody knows, my job is to steward HUD. And we have at HUD been very intentional about changing the conversation about the dignity of work and the dignity and the honor of family formation through work, and how the younger generation, when they see their parents work, how they're incentivized to work. And that, America is not a welfare state, but America was built on small business, it was built on entrepreneurship. And so, as it pertains to housing, we're being very focused on that, and even some that receive HUD funding to make sure, like on Section 3, when you receive HUD funding, that you are given opportunities for the most vulnerable Americans that you serve to have work, to have opportunities to work, to have work requirements. Work requirements are not a bad word, that's a great word. Time limits is a great word to incentivize people, able-bodied, able-minded people to work. And I believe that we are, under your leadership, sir, changing that conversation in America to where working is an honorable thing. And Secretary Wright talked about revitalization. Revitalization means to bring new life. And I believe we're bringing new life to America, Mr. President, through work and through all the jobs that people are doing around this table. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, the most extensive tax break in American history, opportunity zones are now made permanent. And you know how passionate I am, and you are too, sir, about opportunity zones. And so this will allow us to continue to build affordable housing around our country. And Mr. Vice President, I'm coming your way. I'm coming to Columbus later this week, and to see how we can continue to build affordable housing in our country with opportunity zones. And 1 million people, Mr. President, were lifted out of poverty because of opportunity zones. $90 billion of private money was invested in opportunity zones, urban, tribal, and rural. And now that they've been made permanent, we're looking for millions more to be lifted out of poverty, $100 billion to be invested, hundreds of thousands of jobs to be created, hundreds of thousands of units of housing to come online. And so, sir, I sit here very excited about the future of this country. I'm very proud to be at this table, humbled to do so. And HUD, we're on a good path. So thank you for all your support and helping us, sir.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
And I want to give credit to Tim Scott, great senator from a place called South Carolina that we love, right? And Tim really came up with opportunity zones, and we did a good job of working with him, and together we created something that nobody speaks of very much, but it's probably the
So
most
Tim Scott is
successful
in charge of HUD.
thing that's ever been done
I
of
guess
its
that's
kind
his
in
reward
this
was
country.
HUD.
So Tim Scott
HUD
deserves
is
it.
always being run by a black person. That's
Thank you.
shit weird.
So Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I get the opportunity to go hand by hand with all of these people as they move their DRECs through the Office of Management and Budget. And I wanted to zoom out for a second. In the first term, you gave us a goal of 2-for-1. And then we outperformed it through your leadership. We came in at around 5.5, 6-for-1. And then as you're running for your second term, you put out a goal that when you put it out, I was thinking to myself, that's going to be a pretty ambitious goal. You said 10-for-1. Well, where we are right now, in just 1 month, in 1 year, basically 8 months, we are at 245 deregulatory initiatives planned by these agencies. That comes out to
60. I need
30
10 more points,
for one.
so we need to
So we
pull
are
back
making
up.
incredible strides.
This is
And
at
as you're
493,
focused on the
so
details
that's
of
heading
each
the right
one,
direction
these
also.
aren't small things. Endangerment finding is one of the
Patience.
most deregulatory things we've in the history of this country. NEPA reform, incredibly deregulatory. WOTUS just came in, which is Waters of the United States. So every single one of these agencies is doing incredible work when it comes to deregulatory, and when you add that to the work being done to get us going on energy, reduce spending, we're going to lower costs for the American people. We're going to be able to have innovative jobs and get them back to work. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job, Russ.
Thank you, thank you,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
John, central casting, I call him. He's central.
Well, Mr. President, I'm grateful to be with everyone today as we're talking about jobs and workforce. At CIA, consistent with your directives to all of us, we've embraced your mantra for a leaner, more effective, more efficient workforce. But at CIA, Mr. President, we had an additional challenge because, as you know, uh, at times our workforce had been misdirected, its focus put on political narratives, some that even worked against you and always worked against the American people. But under your leadership and your direction, we have been focused back on the core mission of what CIA is supposed to be doing, which is to provide you and this entire incredible team around the table with a decisive strategic advantage in accomplishing your goals. And your success in that regard, the examples are clear and many. With regard to Iran, everyone knows that our DoD partners executed that mission flawlessly. But flawless military operations are subject to flawless intelligence. And as you know, Mr. President, CIA was the backbone in terms of its intelligence operations in providing that flawless execution that allowed you and your team to obliterate Iranian nuclear facilities and set
Obliterate,
back the nuclear
obliterate,
program by
obliterate.
years. Likewise, with regard to your ability to prevent and to preempt wars between India and Pakistan, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. In all those cases, CIA intelligence supported you and your entire team in making that possible. It's not just you, it's the folks around this table, Secretary Besson, Secretary Luckman, Trade Representative Greer, and their great successful negotiations on trade and tariffs. Again, it was a CIA workforce working to enable them to accomplish your goals. So as we roll into Labor Day, I tell you that the CIA workforce at the Trump CIA is grateful to be focused on what it's supposed to be, which is helping you prevent and end wars and to make America safer.
Thank you very much. You've been really fantastic, but I'm not surprised. I've known John a long time. I'm not surprised at all. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
Mr. President, working for this government, for you, is the greatest honor of my life. I tell it to everybody, and I really do feel that way, and I thank you, because it's a privilege to go out there and represent you in your humanitarian effort, in your goals of solving conflicts all over the world. I think there were actually more than 7 conflicts that you put to bed in the last 8 months. And I hear these. I travel all over the world. In Hostage Square, they talk about you
This ain't live,
reverentially.
man.
It's
I
really
gotta find the
quite
live
amazing.
crap.
I sometimes wish that I had a cam.
This is some garbage. Yeah, see, that wasn't even live. He hadn't even spoke yet. I knew that sounded funny. Like talking about Labor Day and bull crap. Uh-oh, Fox is showing something like a fire. Is that the fire? The White House on fire? Oh, the White House is on fire. No, that's not the White House. That's somebody else's house. Man, watch this crap. Let me find something else. Let's see.
Every fire code. But we'll let you stay anyway. You're taking a chance. Uh, and with that, we'll say maybe if you could. Oh, wow. We could be here all day long. If you could, if we could keep the first questions perhaps to this subject, and then we'll go on to a few others. Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Can you talk about how personal of an issue this is? You talked about flying over the Washington Monument and seeing.
See, they keep saying it's live, and then when you go to it, it's not live. And some people just running stories from like 3 or 4 days ago. So anyway, all I know is that my December contract that's turning around slightly. I just got to pull back now. I was almost there at my target. You see, I was here coming up, and yeah, hopefully that pull back and then we bounce on up. Same thing over here on the 5 minute for the September. September's down though, huge. I mean, we down 68 points, 69 points, 69 points both, but that's a lot of bread. 5 times 69 is 300, 400 plus $40. Oh yeah. $500. I'm in the hole. 500 over there, 40 here. That's okay. But just waiting to see what this dude gonna talk about. Man, maybe the market will react. Or, it will be a nothing burger. I don't know. Right now though, we're falling back down, of course. Got close to my target and pull back. Probably coming back down to the 200 bounce. Hopefully continue. My order is slightly below the 200, which that's good, at least on the 1 minute. Let's see what we're looking like on the 5 minute. Yeah, we're still below the 200 on the 5 minute. And we hadn't even got to the 50% mark. We got to get to the 50 on that 50 fib to even be out of the woods. That could happen. I don't know. But right now, crazy day, crappy day for trades. Well, I mean, not really. Crappy day for me because I was on the wrong side. Like, had I been up here and I would have did a, or here and did a, here and did a put, I wouldn't be saying anything. If I'd have sold, if I went short, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'm like saying how smart I am. 'Cause sometimes you're on the wrong side of the trade. And so like now, I could, I'm just sitting in my own stew. I think I'm eating some Indian food today. I'm just sitting in my own stew, letting it brew right now. All right. I set a Venmo thing up, and I specifically said, don't start begging and asking for money. I'll send something when I want to send something. And what do I get? Requests. No, decline. Yeah, man, this is crazy that they ain't had. It's 2:21, and we still ain't. He ain't came out and said nothing yet. Let's see. Let's search some more crap. This 3 hours ago, 1 day ago, 4 hours ago. That's crazy that he revokes Kamala Harris's Secret Service detail. That dude dirty. Man, nobody cares, so ain't nothing gonna happen to her. Uh, this is CNBC. Yeah, no big announcement, nothing. It's turning out to be a nothing burger. Funny, everybody keep talking about that dude being MIA and stuff for me. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So we heading back down to our original contract. Let's see. So nothing is happening. Whose car is that parked out in front of the White House? Whose car is that parked in front of the White House? It's a white truck parked in front of the White House. They literally in there walking around, bullshitting around, spending up our time and money. Let's look at some charts, man. I'm bored with this. Amazon. Let's see. Go to the 15 minute. Let's see what's going on with the world. Amazon. Yeah. Look at that. Everything just fell off the cliff today. Everything. Boom, boom. It almost makes you wonder if they know something that we don't know. Like that dude's gonna come out and say, "I'm getting ready to start World War III," and everybody's pulling back. Amazon's at 221. SPLG is now at 74, 75. So they pulled back. So high was 76. So that's $1 cheaper. Tesla, look at it. Tesla. Let me put this on the 4 hour chart. Look at that. Tesla. See, everything's pulling back from the high. Makes sense though. They selling off, people taking profits. I think they're taking advantage of September. Supposed to be a bad month. So this is just a profit taking. That's what I'm gathering. Look at the Nvidia. See from the high ones, 184. Now it's at 167. So what's supposed to happen now? Retailers are supposed to come in and be like, buy the dip. And that's not happening. Hence, I'm stuck in this position that I'm in, you know, literally stuck in this position that I'm in. But we're right back here at the 200 right here on the 4 hour, 6 to 3 month. Look at that. Boom, boom. Yep. Boom, boom. Coming back down to where we're here. Last time we were here was back in July and we took off. That would be cool, but still got room to go. We can go down some more. Let's see what we got for SPX. Even with the pullbacks, it's still up. The trend is still up. Like we're still higher than we were in June, you know? Still higher than we were in June, which is wild. Hey, SPX is on here. I just thought about it. Can I trade SPX now? Let's see. Oh, active trade is not available for that. Oh man, look at it though. This is steadily going down, yo. Not good. Good grief. Yeah, the waterfall is continuing. SCHD is down. Not by much. Let me get back here where I was at. Go to my charts. Oh, put this back where I needed to be. I need to be on micro MES. December one or September? September is screwed. Let's look at that one. Yeah, bro. I'm down 523. That's not, hey, it's working its way back though. Slightly. Oof, that's a long ways away from where I needed to be. Sticking with it. See what December's looking like. All right, we're at 30 on December. I mean, I literally should get out of this bitch because we got up here, but my target was 70. I think I got to 68. See if we get down here to 64.52. See what we're looking like over here. We get to 64.51. Okay. Let's see what we had. We heading back down 64.51. And maybe we'll get a bounce. Let's see. We'll see. It's a lot of orders building up down there. So it's liquidity going back down to grab all that. 64.50. Yeah. All right, back to the charts. Let's see. Still waiting on DJT to show up. That cascade, boom. So we done broke below, just like that. Just like that, we broken below our target, our order. So now we're back in the red again. Should have took that $30. That literally was a second ago, wasn't it? Yeah, so 26, 64.56 trade price 64.50. That's on the 4 hour, so maybe that's a little misleading. Uh, I don't know. Something tells me I'm gonna be stuck in this stuff overnight. I don't think it's gonna. I don't know what it's gonna do. Anyway, where else we gonna go look at? Let's see. Let's see what Spy's doing. Spy's doing the same thing that SPX is doing, tanking. Got it on a 4 hour look at that though, but you can see still in the uptrend. We're doing a higher low. It's just coming back down right now. We're in the 4 hour. We're at a 61.8. Found the median. Last time we got here, we went down to the 50 and then we bounced. This is off of this move right here. So now what happened this time? Maybe we'll come on back down to here. But even if we come back down to here, this is still 600, 620. 620 is it's still high. It's higher than back here. You see what I'm saying? So that'd be 13 more points, 30 more points, 18 more points. So yeah, still higher. Same, still higher than it was. But we are definitely working our way back down to there, to the zero on that field to reset. Or maybe we're gonna go lower. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. I know the president ain't said nothing yet. It's 2:32, and this fool ain't showed up to talk about nothing. Yeah, alarm man riding by. Bond. This is a bond fund. That's on the rise. 10.7. VIX is 16. Well, no, VIX is spiking. It's 18. VIX is spiking, but it's lower than it was this morning at 4 a.m. This morning the VIX was at 21, but it's kind of going back up again, starting to spike again. We'll do that. Let's see. Let's see. We got this over here. Yeah, we're going down. Let's do VIX right here. Let's watch this. The volatility index. Watch this in contrast with this. Put this on the 1 minute. Wow. So the VIX, all right, check this out. So the VIX was at 18 this morning at 1 o'clock at 1:30, 1:44 p.m. VIX is at 18 at 1:44. I need to adjust this cursor. I don't see where I could turn that off. I'm sure it's on here somewhere, but I don't know where right now. Chart, show vertical grid, show horizontal grid. Yes, yes. Um, show wicks. Yeah. All right, whatever, man. So I'm here for whatever reason that's going across, and that's fine. Whatever, we'll live with it. Um, what was I trying to say? Oh, at 142 when the VIX was at it was at 18, which was low. It was at 18 at 144. So go here, find 144 right here, 144, and the market was, and it was at its highest. Well, when the VIX, so this is what is that word? Not contrary, but hmm, what's the word when something is man, I can't think of what it is. It's a word that well, when one thing does something, it's to the opposite. It's a counter trend or whatever, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Point is the man, how do I get this box stuff off of here? Okay, this that right. All right, crosshairs on there. Show controls. Here's the drawing tools. Settings. Oh, crosshair. Okay, crosshairs. No. Okay, there it is. No data box. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. That's what I needed. So, all right. So, like I said, when the VIX is low, then stocks are high. I mean, when stocks are high, VIX is at 143. It was at 18, and at 143, we were on the way up. So now VIX is back running again, and the market is going down. See, they counter to each other. And this is all running up into because this fool getting ready to speak. And yeah, shoot. I should be playing the VIX is what I should be doing, making some money today. That's what I should be going long on is the VIX. Instead of going long on this, look at it. It's dumping again. I don't know what is going on, man. Down 75 points. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm long on this stuff. Boy, it's tearing my nerves up today. And still no word, nothing. This dude is like an hour late. Let's see what Bloomberg got going on. Everybody's always talking about quitting your 9 to 5, man. You're not quitting no job. You got a job, you gotta keep it. Treasury yields rise for the 30-year and then 5%. Normally, when they get to 5%, then something happens. The market runs up.
It is 2:40 on Wall Street. I'm Lisa Mateo. Markets watching the next steps from the Trump administration after most of the president's global tariffs were ruled illegal by a federal appeals court late last week. Let's get right to it. We'll start with the Nasdaq. It's down more than 1%, 280 points. We have the Dow off about 0.9%, 427 points, and the S&P 500 off about 1%, 73 points. Over to the yield space. The 2-year 3.65%. That's up about 4 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.27%. And that's up about 4 basis points. To commodities, we'll check in with WTI crude up about 2% at $65 a barrel. We have spot gold at $3,530 an ounce. To currencies, the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index, that's up about 0.5%. Shares of Target, they are down nearly 4%. That's the most since mid-August. And the reason why, well, the American Federation of Teachers, they endorsed a boycott against the retailer's decision to end some diversity programs. Then we have shares of low-cost airline Frontier. They are flying high, up about 13%. Deutsche Bank, they listed the recommendation on the carrier to buy from hold, saying that it's best positioned to benefit from Spirit's bankruptcy. And Sumitomo, a lead group, will going to buy aviation finance firm Air Lease for $7.4 billion in cash. We check in with shares of Air Lease. They are up about 6%. And Elon Musk predicting Tesla will derive about 80% of its value from humanoid robot Optimus. Now, this initiative he first talked about 4 years ago. Meanwhile, deliveries from Tesla's Shanghai factory, they extended their slump in August, and the company's long-awaited entry into India, that's delivered underwhelming results so far. Apollo Global Management set to launch a $5 billion strategy to invest in sports deals, marking another major asset manager targeting that booming sector. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Good Business Flash.
I don't know about you, Lisa, but I am so into a humanoid robot. Like, bring it on, do my laundry, do the dishwasher.
Yeah,
right? Like, totally. Like, I'm just so into that.
until it
What? Takes
turns
over?
against you.
Locks you in? Like, I don't know.
Until it turns into the boss. Then what happens?
I don't know.
It's all fun and games.
It's all fun and games until it turns against you.
Yeah.
What's that movie that was on one of the streaming? It's, I can't think of it. It's the daughter of Brian Williams, Allison Williams. And she brought home it was like a robot. Come on.
I don't know
You're
what it
the
is.
cool one who watches all the good streaming stuff.
False. I am finally catching up on Black Mirror, though, which is a good thing to watch.
I'm
if
not.
you
That
are.
just seems so creepy.
It is, but if you think about it, I mean,
Black
an episode
Mirror,
I was thinking
Black
about,
Mirror
like,
can
an episode
happen.
from like 10 or 12 years ago, literally is our life right now with the
Yep.
AI chatbots and, things being able to be programmed in the,
You just
by
want to talk South
analyzing.
Park, don't you?
No,
Come on.
it is having a season
I know.
that is bringing back viewers.
It's pretty.
Which is pretty
They're
remarkable.
being very topical.
Yeah.
Kind of like SNL, like when it's
Yeah,
on,
and they're taking 2 weeks in between episodes to really
deal with the news.
deal with the news and bring you those current events.
I think it's pretty cool stuff. Anyway, I think it's kind of interesting.
Carol Masser, big South Park fan.
Oh, well, I'm behind the times, but I'm like catching some clips online, and it's pretty funny. And whether you like it or not, it's just I don't know. Humor is a part of culture. It's okay.
Hey,
It's
did you
okay,
see?
everybody. What?
Did you see what's going on with Kraft Heinz?
Well, I read in this morning.
Yeah, shares are lower today by about 7.5%. The company's planning to split into 2 separate companies, one selling Heinz ketchup, the other iconic condiments, the other including slower growing grocery products. Warren Buffett coming out and saying he's disappointed in the planned split of the company, though he concedes the merger he orchestrated a decade ago was not a brilliant idea.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I mean, it was kind of iconic when they came together. He did speak with Becky Quick over at CNBC and about this specifically. I will say what's interesting too, and this our write-up on this, we remind everybody that the Kraft Heinz bet marks a rare misstep for Warren Buffett. In recent years, the maker of Heinz ketchup and Kraft mac and cheese has been grappling with inflation and a major shift in consumer preferences away from packaged foods. I mean, think about how you eat, how I eat, how many people eat.
So you see here now the Biggs took a dip. Big takes a pullback. We get a pop up. Need that base to come on down. Need to run back up. This trade. Huh. He said 1 + 1 is 3. This is the live. Is this the live? Wait, is this it? Right. Yeah, this is old. Yeah, that wasn't it. That was old. Yeah, ain't nothing popping off yet. That's a lot of static. Static. Oh, getting a little pop. Need a little bit more. A lot more. A lot of bit more I need. They talking about him being old and all. I mean, the dude is old, yo. Of course, his health is going down. Let me see if I can find this shit. Not his latest news. Live now. That's not live. That's not live. I don't think this is it.
Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate. Well, and she was very proud of you.
All right, this is it.
So thank you, Katie. She must have been to produce you indirectly. I can tell you she had a big. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach, and I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not You're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, is right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force. So important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablish Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to
So
thank
my December contract
Colorado.
is
The
back
problem I have
running.
with Colorado,
Wait,
one of
am
the
I
big
already out?
problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in
4
it.
points
Missile
away from our
defense
target.
shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it. And that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that. And then we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that
Oh,
domain
this
of
guy.
space. You also reestablished Spacecom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DoD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments, and where did they say Spacecom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead, because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our war fighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is a great day
Thank you,
for our
Mr.
country, not
President.
just for
Thank you,
our
Mr.
state of Alabama.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
We
Mr.
need
President.
help in
Sorry,
our
I was trying to
military.
say.
We need to catch up. And as Secretary Hester said, we're not behind
Need
in
to stop
space,
feeding us that garbage food,
but we know
man.
where we're
Get
at,
these young
and we
people in
need to
shape.
expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX.
Amazon
Perfect
stock gonna
place for
run up.
Space
Blue
Command.
Origin
I would
was
tell you today,
mentioned.
and I've spoke with the president for the last 3 or 4 years about this. If I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah.
He got something named after him. He's happy.
Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama, but as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal was critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
He got a handshake out of it. Look at him.
Mr. President, I want to say thank you, and thank you for doing this because it was the right thing to do. When they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go, and like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for our grateful nation and to the state of Alabama. We're very grateful. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making priorities of defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen,
Everybody
Chairman
get
of
up
the
there and
Armed
get a
Services
suck
Committee, I
off.
care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the President held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other
Nvidia's at
states we did not
169.
place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in
Down
first in
2%.
that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the President named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this President standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big
All right,
deal.
we need the
When you
market to
come
get
out
back up
and
to
when you leave the
6,500,
room, you'll see
please.
that we just
Enough of
over
this
the last few
already.
minutes literally
Really.
shot out a boat, a drug carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago. And our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it. We didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing. And you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Oh, here comes the questions.
Talked about the cost savings
Yeah.
associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts. And we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
Completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead?
Oh.
No.
People didn't see it for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do him for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on
He said, I
one of
didn't
your
hear that. Oh,
competitors.
but I did hear that.
I did
DJ
numerous
T funny.
shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, and I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own, pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff. Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend. So I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You said that you were open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really, I I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors, where they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry, that's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. It'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, and But I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have. There's something going on. Something going on, and it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin?
Yeah,
That was good. He didn't say he was going to send National Guard to the schools at
learned
least.
things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Consequences if there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President Zelensky? And what could those consequences be?
We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week they lost 7,000 between the two countries. 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say about, we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, it was
And they send somebody to Chicago. Them young boys ain't playing that crap.
9 killed, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the 2 worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with, they should have had the water coming down, like I said. We had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to LA. It's so badly run. But if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Mind up on Chicago?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing.
Going tuck down, going back down now.
When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged. and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was
Oh
really bad.
boy.
Really, really bad. We took 1,600 people
You're
out.
wasting time, man.
Hardcore criminals that will
Fucking up
not be
my
coming
money.
back anytime soon. And
All right, we're
we're
at
very proud of it.
4:53 coming back.
You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many consecutive weeks. This went on for years.
Honestly, if he doesn't
And
say
then we
nothing and
had
he just
last week.
continues rambling, if he continues rambling like he does, this is probably a good thing for the market because no big crazy talk will be all right. This right here is just nothing. Whatever.
In Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I say, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem, and we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor's been very helpful, and the police commissioner has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw it today on one of your networks, not a friendly network. Really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, who were black. And they were saying, please let
According to NBC Washington 5 hours ago, 3 people shot in 2 separate DC shootings on Labor Day. So 3 people got shot in DC. 3 people.
call me up. I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But you know, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a
Oh, here he
policeman
goes.
is
DEI. You're going
strong,
to talk about that.
physically fit, something, you know, having a certain ability, not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to
No
lift a
police
gun out of a
women.
holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police, as you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting with, there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have...
I mean,
I would
58
say
people did get
Governor
shot
Moore
in
call, because I
Chicago
watched him
over
over the
Labor
weekend
Day.
trying to explain that
Them fools crazy over there.
need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took
Be more
many
careful.
people off the streets
Be
of
more.
Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals. Frankly, they were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean, and they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they
Hey,
did
he
it.
sound like he's talking
And
about
we're not going
himself.
to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place, and you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street, even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Calling on Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime. Do you see your efforts here in DC, including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters not only with crime but also issues that matter to everyday American people's lives?
So Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing, oh, well, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like, we cleaned up Los Angeles. We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done, there's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad day. And you know, remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great. He's not. We're the ones that did it, and that's okay, whatever it takes. But the main thing is we. But he got up and said we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. You know, we have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it,
Airplane
a
from
good
Saudi
plane
Arabia.
becomes very unsafe very quickly. So. It's an honor to do it. It's a lot of
Next
presidents
question,
wouldn't do
please.
what I'm doing. I don't need this heat, but when I watched television last night and I'm watching the news and I see that 9 people were killed in Chicago and 54 were badly wounded with bullets. I
That
say,
number keep
it's
changing,
not
yo.
this country. We have to do something.
First it was 6,
And I do
first it
say
was,
this,
now
I
it's
say this very
54,
much. I'm
52.
not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying
First it
they need
says
help. We'll help them.
75.
We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, you know, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country's the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise decisions. But the tariff question, because without the tariffs, this country is in serious, serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason somebody wanted to be politically correct, I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries. I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
Bag full of money, honey.
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
A fake video.
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be, where was the window? Let me see.
And look how close they let him get to the president. That's wild, yo. Back up, man. Back up.
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think. So right here.
Hey, got my order
those
in.
windows
Let's
are
see.
sealed.
Back to that.
Those windows
Back
are
to
all,
me.
they're all sealed. You
Boom.
can't open them.
You were saying regarding the federal.
It's the kind of thing they do.
All right, we're back
One
down
of
to
the problems we
382
have
now.
with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know, it works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth
All
to
right,
it
so we
because I
got
see so
98
many
on that.
phony
That's
things. I saw
nice.
something
All right, we're back at it.
as I was growing up from the time I
Coming back
was a
down now,
baby till
383.
now. I said,
All right,
who
nothing. Don't
did
say
that?
nothing crazy,
It was
yo.
AI
Keep it going.
generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you. But those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to follow up with what you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your ability.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
Partisan in your
Well, it certainly is. It
Let's
certainly
zoom
is.
out. Let's see if we're gonna go back in.
Well,
We got
except
20
that we
minutes.
actually
No,
got
I'm
one
taking
of
that.
the
I'm
Obama
taking
judges that was
that
appointed
money and
by
running. I'm not
President
going to
Obama
another order right
voted
now.
in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I imagine, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now, and we're able to, you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years. And we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision, and frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it will be devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars, and by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they signed. They're all happy. Everybody's happy. But some whack job
Getting back
put
up.
in a
Getting close to
lawsuit.
my order.
It went
Hopefully.
before a very
Hopefully.
liberal court. And
Got
the
30
liberal
minutes.
court ruled.
We can
it's
close
11,
out strong.
They ruled
'Cause
7-4.
he really ain't saying nothing too
with
crazy.
one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're
Close
going to
out back
be
where we
asking
started.
for
That'd be nice.
early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, you know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that. Because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, you know, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the world.
Okay.
So we're asking for an expedited
Third
ruling.
world, bruh. Obviously, he ain't never been to Peru. They can't flush
You have
toilet
a
paper.
Republican controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do that. Oh, if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, you know, certain number in the House, we'd get, I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion, and they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis,
Jaden
it would
Vance in the
destroy
back, body
America.
language, got his arms folded. He's uncomfortable. Or he got to pee. He's like, enough of this already.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
Yes, tariffs are attacks.
Sure, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. You know? Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President, reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India?
No, we get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many
Uh-oh,
years
here
it
it
was a
goes.
one-sided relationship. Only now since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, you know, everything
Nvidia
they
is
made,
starting to
they'd
rise
send it
back
in,
up. We're
pour
at
it into
170
our
now.
country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, you know, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, you know, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle.
Hungry. I'm getting ready to leave.
So
I'm
what
going to let y'all
happened is Harley
enjoy this,
Davidson
man.
went
I'm
to
out.
India and
But I
built
do have
a motorcycle plant.
I do have one. That's because they ride motorcycles. We ain't got no cars. I did have one trade that came through positive, or two on the December contract, but this September contract has been kicking my arse all day. Came back up, hopefully close out even, and we'll see how it goes. All right, stocks 5150. I'm gonna leave y'all to it. Let DJT talk. I gotta go get me something to eat, man. Peace.
Reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. You know, when you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Mr. President,
Go ahead,
in light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats and
So
violence?
religious liberty is so important. And we're talking about every religion now. And we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done. And we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. We'll get somebody else. I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission with him and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat. And they cheat like, you know, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good in management. They're no good at government. But they're great at cheating. And they stick together, too. I give them credit for sticking together. Please.
Obviously, this is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We've all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, I mean, this, go ahead.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs.
3,000 spin-off.
With 3,000 spin-off. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right. We're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just...
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. He's way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher. But we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person. But he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But, yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big. And I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did. But we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiators. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations, asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us, if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here, you know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. but we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. They've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know, but China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
The February 1 march today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge, but very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let's head out. Let's go, guys. Thank you. Thank you, press. Thanks, guys.
So that was a lot of nothing, and the market reacted. Yeah, that was weak. We went up. We went up a few. What did we go up? We went up from 73 to not enough, not enough, but we're heading in the right direction for the market close. It's crazy he does this stuff at the end of the day and times it for the market close too. Um, I don't know, man, but either way, today we had a pullback. People took profits, and that's fine. And yeah, that's that. Took profits, and that's that. So yeah. What else we gonna do? Let's go. Let's look and see what anybody got to say. We talked about oh, what's that dude's name? Um, let's see if Vincent DeSantos got anything going on. No. Rule 2, whatever stresses you out, get rid of. Stay focused, get focused, refocused. K Fitzgerald. 3 subscribers. Hey. I might be one of them. When single, be single. One view. Oh, well. Man, everybody's going off these videos. Chris Grant got 5 subscribers. Come on, y'all. Help the brother out, man. Stop Market Live. Let's see what we got. See if the Philo is like today. He loves DJT.
Oh,
Big
their
time.
house good for rates. I don't know if that's natural either. I'm so confused. So yeah, that's not good. But you know, that's up to the courts, I guess. I hope they get. If they don't, do they know how to buy puts? They have to. But it's their decision. So it's kind of crazy. It would literally be disastrous. Almost as like mind blowing as the what's it called? As when Trump came out with like 120% or whatever. Can it become credits? Oh, maybe. They could probably get some agreement. I'm sure. But at face value, it would be terrible. Like, you know what I'm saying? Assuming there's no, like, creative way to defer that you know, that load of debt. Yeah, then I'm sure there might be something, but at face value, if they have to with the bond market
Somebody put
now
in
and
here.
everything, it just
The U.S. gonna get margin
would
call.
literally be the worst case scenario. Like, actually. China killed it all day today. Even the premiums that I sold in the morning, they went up. They went up 60% higher. Shit. And then the out the money stayed the same now. They stopped moving. They moved a little bit in the AM. The reason is that he lacked the authority to do it. So they're saying under IEPA, he wasn't allowed to. IEPA was like I think the emergency act that allowed him, and like he was saying for various reasons, but like why he enacted the tariffs, and they're just saying that's not legit, and you're not allowed to implement them. So if he wasn't allowed to implement them, and he did and got money, he would have to return it back. It would be like if the government forced you to take something, and it was unconstitutional for them to do that, but you could return tariff money. I guess you can't return medicine injected into your body. But that's another time. What? Ah! I gotta go! Ah! So yeah, I don't know. But that's where we are. So yeah, but theoretically, if he didn't have the authority and then you collected that money, you didn't have the authority to collect it, count it, spend it, disperse it, so on and so forth. So then that would have to be returned. Mm-hmm. They would return the money to the countries or the origin source, wherever the money originated from. So whether it was investment money related to a tariff and not doing it, or like just direct, customs. But then it kind of highlights that everyone's lying to you about who pays tariffs then. What? Banana Land. What up, baby? I get a membership and a banana. Thank you. That's all you need in life. And the water. And actually, you just need Jesus, to be honest with you. But I'll take that next. I'm down with that. Oh, very crazy. I'm serious. I don't really care about the courts and tariffs because I think it's nonsense. I truly do. But at the same time, it's a black swan. I don't think it's probable. Does that make sense? But just hear me out. If it does happen, that's a bomb, dude. That's not, like I'm saying, I don't know how that happened, or I don't know. I'm not really, like, it's kind of like, it feels surreal because it doesn't seem like a risk, but yeah, man, it's just not, the whole situation's fucked. Just if it comes down to it. So ideally, it doesn't make sense that it would come down to it, but that's why I'm saying I don't want to take it seriously. I really, really don't. No, it's not World War IV, bro. What the fuck are we talking about? The bond market? Calm down. Maybe it could lead to that if you really want that tinfoil, but at the end of the day, I'm just talking bonds and tariffs. And if they say you have to, some worst case scenario of like you don't have authority, return the money or whatever it is, that's terrible. Like, yeah, why did we skip World War III? Hold up, what the fuck? No, hold on. But yeah, like I'm saying, tariffs, only tariffs, and then just worst case scenario, that would be a black swan. It would destroy the bond market. So yeah, it would be a bond bomb, more or less. Yeah, I don't know how he jumped to 4. That'd be crazy. He doesn't have authority to go to 3. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, dude, I'm sick of this, man. Sick of fucking Bloomberg. Like, you guys are, I don't know, like, some people, dude, it would be devastating for the bond. It's so weird. I don't know. I don't think it's real. That's what I'm saying, but, like, this was just like the tariff shit, though, where I'm just like, all right, man, if it happens, it's a bomb. I don't think it's going to be, but at least you know. So, like I'm telling you, I think we know the danger, but it's kind of wild that anybody would really do this. That's what I'm saying. It's really... It's actually a very wild concept because, like, in theory, this court determines the fate of everything in the economy for the next, like, 3 months. Or that could bring you down. I think that would kill you, like, 20% in a weird way, depending on where the bond settled. But that could probably take you to 7. Did you hear what I just said? So, no, literally, it would be sabotage, but I don't care. Fuck it, all the other shit. Just, like, get straight to the source. Like I'm saying, I don't think it'll happen, but you should be aware. Just like when we calculated the tariffs and understanding what 150% tariff meant, you know, virtual embargo. You remember we had that realization? It's kind of like that, but now it's like, well, if the court really did reject, that would be one of your worst outcomes this year of any event. Because then it would lead to where the bonds right now at 5. I think it's almost, I don't believe in impossible, but it would be very difficult to get $17 trillion or even the sound of it. It would spook a lot of people. Somebody even said it could lead to a downgrade. That is in the realm of possibility. So it's just like, if that happened, yeah, I think interest rates would go to 7 to 10% without inflation. Think about that. You have no inflation right now relative to 2%, 3%. But I really think it would send bonds to like 7 to 10. I could agree. I think 7 initially. Maybe I was thinking 6, but again, the scope of $17 trillion, you guys, that's like 40% of your current debt, half of your current debt. That's insanity. That's insanity. So the straight funding need would be, I don't even know. This is what I'm saying. This is a batshit proposition, bro. But it's not. So I honestly, I wouldn't even put a cap on the rates. That's all. Like, that's just what we're talking about. There would be no cap. It would do anything. I don't even know what it would do. I genuinely don't. I don't think anybody could. I don't think you've ever had a funding need that large. So again, it depends what they did with the money and all that, but even then, I think a lot, I mean, this doesn't look like a bond market that didn't price it in, if that makes any sense. So, and you already had rate cuts. I don't know what this reminds. I think this is a one-off, dude. I don't think you've ever seen anything like this. I don't think it's a real concern. Like I'm saying, I think the probability of what I just said is very low. I just know it's in the realm of possibility now, if that makes any. That's all I'm addressing. That's why it's like, okay, we'll see. We have a lot to deal with in September, but all bullshit aside, if that ever did happen, that's an easy one, man. You're visiting your father at the ICE detention center. Great way to end the day and start it, man. Praise God, dude. Where is he at? Because did I tell you about the guys who work with us? So I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but you could really like get him out. I'm not even kidding. And like, I know a lot of people who have like, so as long as he's not a criminal, and I don't think he is, then he'll be fine. And like, he could really come back and go about it in the steps. No, it's kind of crazy. I had one of my guys working on the house. He got deported and came back already, and now he came back with papers. So it was a little bit of an inconvenience, but depending on what he works at, yeah. No, it's not insider info. Trump on Putin may change stance on Xi hosting Putin. Says China needs more than U.S. needs them. We'll see what emerges from Alaska Putin summit. Well, yeah, you can email me. I'll email you any info. And I know one guy. But yeah, it's not like I'm saying, bro. If you're really not if you're not tied to anything criminal and they're generally here to work, you have no problem. I've there's a lot of people in Southern California, and they've been released. They get taken and released, but then they come back with documentation. So like I know people who were not. They got deported, then came back, and now they have papers after going through it. Oh, he has a criminal record? Then unfortunately, that will not. It will be. I'm sorry to hear. So I'll definitely prayers up, bro. And if anything, remittances, send some back, and then make sure you're good too, though. And if you have nothing, you're fine. I know immigration lawyers, but I don't have one per se. Tio Tony's on the run. I mean, if they have criminal records, like low key, that makes sense. So I would keep running. I would not. Yeah, but if you don't have a criminal record, I don't really think you have anything to worry about. Obviously, people are still weird. People are still aggressive. So, watch out for your safety. You know what I'm saying? Don't trust anybody. But I wouldn't be that worried if the record's clean and you already established some shit that's legitimate here. Because like I'm saying, bro, I could vouch for everybody who's ever worked for me, and if they are and they're there to work and others, no one's gonna care, especially in California. Amen, baby. Don't worry. Let's go. You still gonna get a house here, though. You know that, right? I hope you know that. That's it. So, amen, brother. JD, I only got 9 minutes. President Lula awaiting Trump's willingness to negotiate, says U.S. president can impose tariffs but must follow rules. Adds, I have no interest in fighting with the U.S. Oh. Yeah, let me see if I could get the contact info for the lawyer guy. I haven't used them in a minute. I just had the other guy, the guy who works with us. Again, they've been doing it. This all happened at the beginning of the month. I don't know the person who helped them with it, but they asked me to vouch for them, and I did. So I could offer that too if I don't know you, I'm not gonna vouch for you. So, but I could get one of the lawyers. I just don't have it on me. I know one guy who's connected to it who's pretty good. It's actually a girl. But all that, if you really have no criminal record, that's a very good. It's very, very good for you. So if you have nothing working against you criminally or all that, I think the likelihood and possibility of you coming back is very high. But anything to the contrary, it's a fucked up system. Or just you got to go through the system and they won't let you back in, or they won't not to be able to come back with documentation. Because that's the part that surprised me. I thought in the beginning of that's why people even on the Trump side are complaining. They're like, mass deportations. But it's like, I didn't think people would come back more documented, if that makes sense. So, like I'm saying, there's several people I could directly see if they have documentation. When I saw them 12 months ago, they did not. Anything until the law term. No, serious, bro. Let's go. And you get your crib here, and then after that, rebuild the law term. Let's go get an Airbnb in Rosarito. Isn't coming here illegally a crime? Yes, it is a crime, Mr. Hegseth. Sorry, or Mr. What's his name? Tom. Don't shoot me. But yes, it is. Would I buy the Conjuring house? Why do you keep asking me about that? You've literally asked me all day if I would stay at a demonic house and if I'd buy it. That's all you've said in the chat. Nothing else. You ain't even say good morning. You ain't even say hello. You ain't even just say house. You ain't just not a non-demonic house. So yeah, why so curious? I'm actually not that interested. So, final 5. Intel. Good morning is not, yeah. See, he's not even good morning anymore, brother. So, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Just repent. I am buying houses, though, if anybody has one. If anybody wants to sell a house, you could even get paid if you refer me. I'm either going to... I have one lined up, but I want to buy a cheaper one as an example for YouTube. So, email me, tradeinfraternity@gmail.com. You got a condo flip? I don't... Let's see what happened. The last one you gave me was wild, bro. So, let's see. I'd like one, though. All right, man, but wrap it up. That's final 5, brother. Anywhere in the United States of America. Shout out to vets, baby. Well, rates get cut. It has nothing to do with that. Just got to get a good deal. That's it. That's why, like, I'm looking for a cheap one to do it, but I need a good deal. That's why I have one lined up, but it is a condo, and that the HOA requirements I got to see. And then they're being a little slow. So if that one falls, I'm not sold on it. It doesn't look that good, but the numbers look good if they take what I want. So we're going to see. But I'm looking in this price range. No deal. If there's no deals in your area, look every day until there is one. Woo! How about Spain? I've never been to Spain. Is this a French accent? Oh, I've never been. 3 minutes remaining. Joshua is going to yell at you. Mucho speaker. Loud noises. What are you talking? Donald Trump, Macron. Oui, oui. Alright, yeah, sorry. Good day, bro. I hate that today's Tuesday. Isn't that crazy? Tomorrow's Wednesday. My whole schedule is like, what? Because today I think it's a Monday, but it's not. I didn't go to the gym yesterday. Because I didn't know what day it was. It was so confusing. Every, 3 hours of my day felt like another day. You hear that? Oh, there you go. I saw a snap earlier. We'll wrap it up, guys. Not much time. Again, tomorrow, Jolt's jobs opening. And then you'll get, ADP and non-farms. Everything's right around the corner. Whatever Donald Trump, this little announcement with China, Putin, watch out for that. And then whatever happens with bonds, like I'm saying, man, you don't need to overthink it, but it's super simple. You're at this danger zone, and yields in Europe and other problems and anything related to yields and now this court thing, it's pretty much the main deal. So we will see. No, I'm not at the farm today. I went and what's it called? I'm getting it ready, though, so we're going to see if we're going to start getting it either ready for the next event or even rent it out, and I want to get more of the yurts built. So I have the guy back, but I'm not there. I went yesterday. So I had the new Baltimore explosion downtown. Whoa, hold on. Hey, you're getting something. Please hold. Well, Chad, wrap it up. 1 minute before the bell, I think there is an explosion. Let's see. Yeah, Justin. Yeah, bro. It's a downtown building in Baltimore. People trapped. It's not crazy. Yeah, it's not too crazy, but yeah, it's happening right now. All right, man. We'll wrap it up. Not much time. Mute your speakers. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Wrap it up, my friend. You got to do is middle of the week tomorrow. Tomorrow is middle of the week, brother. You even got earnings. You got CRM. You got the IPOs. You got a lot of them, baby. So wrap it up. Less than 15 seconds remaining. Here, and the president. This is all the Donald Trump is alive rally right there. So yeah, get ready. Wrap it up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm way ahead. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Oh, Chadadonia. Are you kidding me? Chadadonia, are you kidding me? Are you serious? We made it to the bell. 7 out. Back like it's nothing, baby. Get ready for the end of the year. May the Lord bless us with endurance. Mount on wings of eagles, brother. Let's go. Good game in GG. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out that Freedom. Shout out that Chad. Shout out everybody with the long term. Everybody, they got the life. They living with it. They acting. They don't care. They're using it. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. Thank you, bro. You learned something. No? Come on. Are you gonna do it? Just the decision. Make the decision. GG, baby. I love y'all. Thank you. I love y'all. I will. Last time I told you I loved them, they ended up in jail, though. So don't be in I love you too, bro. But that's it. Head cold, baby. The heart, though. Oh, you love me. Let's prove it. Prove it. Ah, I love you. Amen. GG, baby. Thank you. I would have done it for free. Amen. GG, baby. Need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Wow. Chadadonia. There's a couple earnings after the bell, but yeah, man, summer's almost over, bro. I don't know what to tell you, man. Now and then, next earnings will be the fun one. The one that you really want. That'll be, So good game, Chad. I love you. I hope you had a good day. Welcome back. I missed you. I missed the Chads when they left too, man. But yeah, I'll post the video. I don't know what clip. You'll have to see it because I got a bunch of clips. It's kind of random. But yeah, be on the lookout on the Trading Fraternity channel. I don't know. It's not done editing. I gotta catch up with the lot, bro. I gotta catch up with the lot. So no rush, though. No rush. It's beautiful. I'd rather just don't drift. Repetition rewires reality. So I hope you're repeating some good habits, Chad. And even today, man, don't even get me started. But we'll see. I'll hang out for a couple minutes. I'll see if there's any other earnings. I'm not too locked in, though. Ethod Airways CEO to Reuters, no time set. Give you some uncle. It's on SoundCloud. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You
could have it all, but you been scared, big scared. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you talking control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Oh, I like this one too, though. I heard this after I uploaded this one, because Uncle don't know how to use this shit, bro. I had to do it for him, and I forgot what was on here. I haven't listened to it, bro. Yeah, this one.
So pleasing to my eyes. It's a cold, baby. Yeah. Middle of the night, making trades again. 20 on the yen before I lay my head. Many men would love to see me dead. But the game is zero sum when you got a hedge. Lots of prayers answered, but there's many missed. Lots of people cancel, just as many switch. Lots of people copy, just as many quit. Probably would've stopped, but I ain't petty, bitch. Gotta grow the seeds and the legacy. Moving through the D, check my energy. How they doing worse, forget the best of me. How the ones I love getting less of me. Getting lost up in the moment, hope my heart was an atonement for the moments. It ain't look like I ain't show it, or the flexing, or the boasting. I ain't chose how it was chosen, or the way that it unfolded. Nah, wanna change it cause I'm grateful for the way that we was molded. To my mama I was grateful for the beatings and the scoldings. To my papa I was thankful for the things he didn't show me, cause I learned it on my lonely, amen. And I became my own man. It took me a minute, but now I'm smooth with the business. I'm talking several digits, a corporation assistant. So I don't give a shit, you don't like how I'm saying my sentences. Apologies, I still got an attitude. It's a little complex, the shit I gotta prove. You know, big man, little man told me that I'd always lose. Had to get a lot of views, had to have a lot of cribs, had to have a model bitch. Even if you hate me, you hate that you gotta acknowledge this. I was trying to make it real, blatant how fucking dumb you is. I hated how it made me, cause frankly the battle still was his. Talking about my demons, you judge me like you ain't got your own. Life is like a TV, a season, but we don't know our role. Eager and believing until the season the hero fall. Damn. Innocence died along with the belief. The heart of the child is hardened under the heat. The way that you learn to live is learning the way to think.
Yeah, bro. That one. And then also was like, this was Friday, bro. I took off early. I forgot, bro. I thought about it. That you're gonna see something in it too. It really, there's a lot to this, honestly. But the little, I don't even know who the baby is, but I know he's gonna be great. They asked me, they're like, why is there a baby in it? I don't know, but it's greatness. Does that make sense? Y'all don't get it. From year one, I'm gonna see him in 17. He gonna own it all. But I met Uncle this weekend. It's so confused. I'm so.
But you bring only this handful of soldiers against Xerxes? See, I was wrong to expect Sparta's commitment to at least match our own.
Doesn't it?
You, there.
What is your profession?
I'm a potter. And you, Arcadian. What is your profession? Sculptor, sir.
You?
Blacksmith.
Spartans! What is your profession?
What is your profession? I brought more soldiers, my friend.
I brought more soldiers than you did.
Oh, I love it. Oh, legal. I love it.
It's a cold, baby. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, it happens slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need a ounce of that.
There's a
I
case.
Was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing.
That's why Apple's
back.
moving too.
Treat this like my first, treat
Market
this
is
like
still
my
closed.
last. Anything could work, could happen slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need a ounce of that. Her back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Treat this like my first, treat this like my last. Anything could work, it happen slow or fast. Smoking on that hope, I'ma need a ounce of that. Her back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Shout out to my rhymes, help me do this right. The Lord control the fire, but you can roll the dice. I care more about the ownership, I don't care care about the price. You think I was a loner, I just don't really waste time. Nah. Comment, I commit. Take some notes and grab a pen. Money
that headline
don't make
right
you
there.
A man. Lose some friends, think you the man. People love to play pretend, love to play the middleman, love to say that they your friend, but where they at when it's the end? I know everything I do would never be enough, but that ain't stop me from developing and always showing up. They always love to say what's up before they ask me for some stuff, but I built this shit on love and I ain't never expected none. There's a lot of things I should be
grilling
showing
face?
off.
No, bro.
It's a war. You should see my battle scars. Trying to be the richest man of Babylon. Tag along. Hope you say that 10% and bought a home. Gone.
Yeah, bro. You didn't hear it today, bro? I was talking about it, bro. After this weekend and all the like steaks and shit, bro, I think it's the start of my grilling phase. Cause I just want to go and make burgers right now. I really am, bro. I'm gonna go buy some. And then that's it. Next time I pull up, I have to. I'm like looking, bro. I be like walking by, like, you know, like you like see public grills and shit, you know, at like pools and all that. I'm like, let me run that. I'm like, I wonder if I could grill that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I wonder what kind of grill. I'm like, does that got propane? They know what I'm talking about. If you were there this week, they know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm like, bro, it already got propane. What, dog? Yeah, bro. Nah, we gotta do it. The egg chair, or the egg grill. I want to use we didn't get to use the other grill. We only we used the one grill at the main house, but we didn't use the one downstairs. The other one. Good see grill. The rooftop. Yeah, bro. I still don't know where it is. Is that the Dominican? I don't know. And then I don't know if you're uncle or not, because we met somebody proclaiming to be uncle. See, this is where it gets weird, because like all the evidence points to legal, but then somebody was there this weekend proclaiming to be uncle. So I don't know. I'm baffled, but I think it's simple. I think it's probably one of the most simplest things, but then again, I don't know. It's weird. It's really, really weird. But either way, I hope the bond market doesn't get destroyed because of the judges. That's so funny. So I love you, and I hope you had a great start to the week, but tomorrow's the middle of the week. I know, man. It's already there, so get ready. Yeah, and while you're going up, Google and Apple, that's literally lifting the whole index. So we'll see if we wake up tomorrow, just if there's more problems in Europe, more problems with bonds. We'll see what gold and all that does. And then a little bit of data. So last time there was the jolts. It didn't really indicate the big miss or revision. So if we are going to come down to a revision, the jolts will not point that to you. So we will find out. But Chad, you are blessed, okay? Do you know that? And God bless all of you, man. I hope you have a wonderful day. And go get rest, okay? Because you get asked to do. That's what I also got to realize, you know, after 24 hours of philo. You know, it's funny because I told him, bro, like at night, bro, I think at one of the nights, like we stayed up. I was more tired because the night before it was like 3 a.m. And then the second night it was like 11:30ish, like right next to like midnight. And I was like tired. Like I was even talking, I'd be like, I'd like pause thoughts and I was like excited, but like you're like tired, bro. And then it's funny because like my drive home would be exciting. I go back and then in the morning, bro, I'm so amped. Because I'm like, bro, it's just so hype. And it was a good time, bro. Good people. The love was reflected right back, dog. And I really enjoyed it. So that's why. But I even told them, I was like, I think you guys get to notice, like, even from like tired to waking up in morning. The point is, dude, you get tired, you know. So go get rest, bro. Finish your day strong. You know, you still got a couple more hours to finish it off before you'll get sleepy. And get rest to come back to it. But that's why. Get rest, bro. So you ready to go. Baby. But Chad, I love you all. The Google News is above. Just scroll up. I don't know if you still can, but it was some case there on the online search. So remember, like Apple, and you know, you open your Apple is Google, Google, they have that deal. The judge said that's okay. So I think the next one you got to hear about is the browser, Chrome. But other than that, oh, we'll have a watch list. Yeah, I hope praise of the Lord, God willing. But I would like to be back. God, I would love to be back on a normal schedule. You know that, man. I don't like the holiday. I don't know what day it is, but I think I know what day it is now that I got on the stream. I think I know what day it is now. It's Tuesday, so we'll be good. So we should have a watch list. CFTC issues joint statement on trading of certain spot crypto asset products. Or, well, we'll see. Well, have a good day, Chad. The Lord is with you. You are a child of the light. Use the light while you have it. And if you don't think there's a light, it's coming. So both people should be planning. God is with you. Be blessed. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. First and foremost. And that's it. Just all of it. All day, every day. And no, for everywhere. Hey, he's first.
Amen.
The way, the truth, and the light, baby. Amen. And I'll see you tonight and tomorrow.
Amen. All right. That was the Philo. Oh wait,
No,
we're
you're
gonna
not.
we're gonna listen to some Philo music though. I like this
I
dude's
can't
music.
believe they
Check it
got
out.
it. Wow.
He be going hard.
Jesus, I love him.
Praise God.
Protect him.
Amen, amen.
They're gonna stab you, Josh.
Come, baby.
Probably. I know. Wow.
Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that
That's
we
hot
living
right
in
there,
it.
bars.
You can say it's one hell of a decision in it. Hey, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Okay, the Philo is on it. On his Jesus. I like that, on his God stuff. Everybody's saved nowadays. Everybody wanna go to heaven. That lets you know we're getting in the last days, I suppose, because people getting scared. Like, I'm eating some KFC chicken. Told y'all I was hungry. We got a new restaurant here, the Indian restaurant. Them fools ain't open though. I don't know what that's about. But oh well. So we're on our way back up. Those that sold off today got their profit. So now it's our turn. For those that want to ride it back up, or those just buying the dip, a little dip, 1% dip. Now we are closing out at point 0.4. Not so bad. Kind of like a flat day almost. Nvidia's at 179. 170. I don't have my glasses on. No, 170. SPLG 75. Tesla's holding above 300. Our CHD sitting at 27. That's change. As far as I go, I'm still below my initial contract order. And crazy part is, I suffered through all of this just to get maybe 10 points here. I don't even think for that stress because I'm just holding it to get back to 61.8, 45.53, 64.53. That'll be 47 points. That only give me like 200. I was down all that. That only give me 200. But I got 2 contracts. So every 4 or something. I don't know how to calculate this crap. But the good thing is, DJT didn't say nothing too crazy. Same old crap. And it's all good. So all the gaps got filled on the way down. Now we're starting back over. Yeah, we get back to the 200 MA. I'll be green. That'll be nice. And then I won't go in under so much heavy drawdown overnight. Let's see what it looks like. Sitting in the September ones. Let's do a year to date. September. All right. For green. Oh, look, December we broke a G. Shooting for that. Well, you know what we're really shooting for? We're putting it out there. God's will. I want to start making 10 G's a month. $10,000 a month. Why I say that is because dig this. These are on the micro contracts. If I start trading the ES, the regular futures contract, then this is a multiple of 10. So this would be 19,000. That also would be 3,000. This would be 6,000. This right here would be 10,000. You see what I'm saying? This right here would be $420. Point is, this right here, well, that's natural gas. But it'll be a multiple of 10. Multiple of 10s, that would mean for this month, for this contract right here for December, I'll be at 10,000. Translation, this will be 30,000, 33,000 right now in August. So that's what I'm working towards. I still got some room to go. I'm definitely heading that way. God's will, I'm heading that way. All right, so we can close out. Now, 100 ain't bad. We can live with that. We can definitely live with that. I'm gonna let it run. Let y'all listen to some music. I'm gonna go for a walk now. Walk this KFC off. You know what I'm saying? Go back to the charts. So Our order is for 6,500. Let's see what happens. All right, size 5150, yo. Peace. I'll be back after a while. Rock. All right, yo, I'm gonna sign off now. Silence, and we are out. Today was a pretty good day though, overall. Um, I came out P&L on my December 138, on my September not so hot. Let's see, turn take. Oh, sorry, wrong one. This one. For my September not so hot, my P&L for today was 87 P&L since the open, 183. So I'm down 183, and you can see we're up, but we are far from where we need to be. We are down 196 now. Yeah, 193. All right, but we in it though. Overnight, we'll see. This Japan. Japan is just open. It's 8 p.m. We'll see how that does, and we might check back in, but it looks like it's flat. It's sitting around the 200 now. Let's go to the 1 hour. Yeah. So we can stay above this trend line here, this one right here, and we continue. We break this one. If we break this trend line now, we hit this one again. Look at that. We're respecting that downward trend line, and we can break above that right here. We break above it and ride this up. That'll be good. I mean, that'll be still putting us at like tomorrow, depending on how fast this goes. But get back green. And my option, my contract was for 6,500, but that was up here, and I think that position is closed. Yeah, I gotta put it in again. So I'm gonna do it for 65, 65.33. Yeah, I'll do it for 65.33. Why not? I just did one contract, close out one for 65.33. Since I'm at 64.53. Yeah, I'm at 64.33, so 100 points. So I'm gonna sit in this one for a while. 17 days. Got a lot of market news to go. Something might spike, something might hit. You never know. All right, so that's where we at. And enjoyed it. Yeah, so look at that. That's way up there. But you never know. We're gonna leave that one in there, and we'll probably put one in tomorrow when we wake up. We'll see how it is. Maybe we'll put one up here at 65.01. We'll do one for 65.01 also. All right, so we got two orders. So we'll do one for 65.01. 6,500. We'll do 6,500. Good. Cancel. Boom. All right. So now we got two orders in. Look at the chart. We got one for 6,500, which is right here to 61.8. So still got a long ways to go. But if we draw back here and then if we break above, we'll get that extra. All right. That's we at two contracts in.